Hello, everyone. Welcome to this fine Sunday crafternoon. All right, let me see here. I just need to turn. No, I need to turn down for what? Do 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 do. All right, there we go. All right, I had to turn my monitor down because I want to hear myself, but not like echo. All right, so today, what we're doing here. Oh, hello, welcome. If you are new, I'm Trisha. Nice to meet you. All right, I know I sound like a crazy person. So, okay, today, what we're going to do is we're going to make a stained glass and stained glass. We're going to make a stained glass uh, suncatcher, but using UV resin. So, this is some of the things that we're going to use to do this today. Hey, welcome. Welcome in, Kestrel. Okay. So, what yeah, hit that subscribe button. Sometimes, YouTube be YouTubing. So, what we're going to do is we're going to get started. So, what I have set up here that I need to do some explaining, I have some explaining to do is a leveling board because this is a flat project. And so I want to make sure it's level. So, let me just move the marquee. I have this leveling board. So you can see the little level bubble there. And it has feet on the edges to change the level. It's pretty level right now. So I'm not gonna mess with it. I messed with it before. But what we are gonna do to help some of this shine. So this is what we're using today. Is me let me do some explaining. So I have this set of DIY craft color UV resin. I got this on Amazon and it was a little under 20 bucks. So they're pretty cheap. Now they are very small. Each one is only zero point 0.3 fluid ounces. So 10 milliliters. But for a project like this, you don't need many. Um, and yeah, it's nice also because as we will see, let me open the box and you'll show you. They have the little like oh my gosh, I'm just completely I was gonna say funnels. They're not funnels. Their words are hard, guys. Um they have the little spigots on the wow, words are failing me. So we have that. We have our UV lights. This one is from Let's Resin, and it's rechargeable. It has it comes with a rechargeable battery. It also comes with a like ruler on the side, which is nice. So I got that. Um, I have another one that's bigger. That's just got a bigger surface area that just takes regular AA batteries. I've got my tape for the underside. Tip hole. Yeah, they're the tip hole. It's got a fluted tip. I don't God, words, man. So we have the tape, and that's what we're gonna put on the underside to seal the other side. And so this is what we're starting with. Let me put down my now that I know it is level, I'm gonna put down my trusty purple, but it looks kind of blue. Um Silicone mat just to not get crud stuck to the nice leveling board. All right. So I've got a hair on this that I'm is bugging me that I only just saw. Okay, so this is what we're going to use. And this is 3D printed. We printed it on our, oh, I've also got my little torch uh, to pop bubbles. Okay, so this is just a file that I found on Thingiverse. So, and I just looked for geometric shape and I found this. So we 3D printed this using PLA filament on our Ender 3. And it's just, you can see it's real thin. It's probably a centimeter tall. So thick. And this is the backside, which, see if you can see that. You can see the like pattern of the print bed on that side, and then you can see it's not on that side. So this is the top. So what we're going to do is flip it over to the bottom so that we have the bottom up, because we're going to put this tape, which is kind of like it's less adhesive than it is like clingy. And we're just going to put this tape on the back side. Let me grab my scissors. And I noticed when I did, now this is the second time I've done this method. And I'll show you the first time I did it. Let me see here. I will present and share part of my screen, and I will show you window. Come on. We're professionals here. There we go. Nozzle. It's a nozzle. That's what I was trying to think. So this is the first one that I did. Um, that I did. I did film it actually, but I'll figure that later. But I made this for a friend, and you can see it came out pretty well. There's some places that there it came a little over the line, so I'm going to try to avoid that this time around. And at the end, you can't really see. You can kind of see. Oh no, I think I took this picture before I drilled it. I drilled a little hole into this area right here, so that it would, um, so that I could hang it up. So for this one, instead, what I think I'm going to do is I have here a little eye hook, one of these little bad boys. And so what I think I'm going to do is drill it right here where there's kind of some meat there between where a bunch of these come together, and it's right kind of at where you would want it to hang from. So I think that's what I'm going to do. All right. So I've got my tape on there, and then I'm going to cut this and put it, and I think that, oh, I have to peel it off and do kind of this. Nope. Nope. Ah. Nope. I screwed myself, and it's a little too, there's just like the tiniest little bit. So I'm going to do this. Just pull this off. There's the tiniest little bit there that wasn't covered. Okay. Something over here fell and I don't know what it is. Okay. So, and this it is sticky, but it's not like as sticky as tape. It'll come off no problem later. So, I've got that all set. All right. And I'm just going to kind of press it down a little bit just to make sure it's adhered and it's not like ripply, because that will kind of show through. And all the pieces do seem like they are covered. Okay. So, what I have got, so I'm going to do this in some blues, I think. I liked the kind of rainbow of the other, but I want to keep this one a little more um a little more oceany. So that's, despite the bottle being gray, this is sapphire. This is just regular blue. This is turquoise, again, despite it being a peridot color. That's turquoise. Let me see, what else do I got here? Rose. Smoky quartz. I don't think I need that. Citrine. Don't think I need that. Agate, which is like orange. I definitely don't need purple agate, and I don't need amethyst, and I don't need ruby. Okay, that only leaves me with these three. So I think I will bring peridot into it. I thought I had an emerald in here somewhere, but I guess smoky quartz, rose quartz, tiger's eye. Tiger's eye is kind of orange. Citrine. Let me bust out the citrine. No, let me not bust out the citrine. Okay. Now I'm doing it with these because I don't feel like busting out my clear UV resin and my mica powders and doing that. Besides the fact that these are nice and transparent, so you're going to get that nice Suncatcher effect. So I am missing one more thing. You bear with me. I want to grab a pokey so that I can poke the bubbles. Okay. So I just need like a toothpick. Et voila. Toothpick. Ooh. Sorry, probably heard all that rustling because of my mic. All right. So we're going to get started here with this. And the nice thing about this is that I can cure each individual section one at a time. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit of music going here, just a little underbed. I am a fan of the night driving. All right. All right. So we are all ready to go. Let me see if I can get this lit a little better for you. Nah, okay. I was trying to avoid the big tiny, but it is what it is. Alright, so I'm gonna start with the regular blue, and my plan, I'm gonna kind of arrange this so I have every other color, and then I'm just gonna start and kind of go from color to color, hoping that I can avoid the same color being next to itself. Alright, so I have my toothpick for popping little bubbles. I also have my lighter for also, you just kind of flash it real quick, and that will also pop the bubbles. Alright. Alrighty. So, quick shout out to Peter Brown here on YouTube. I first saw him do this, but I saw him do it not with a 3D printed item, but with a laser cut frame. And he got all fancy, and he laser cut the stained glass like picture frame out of, I'm pretty sure he just used basswood and did that, and then used an electroplating method to electroplate it with copper, which looked pretty cool, and did that. So I'm not quite to the corner. That's the other thing with the toothpick comes in handy, is to get it into all those corners. And I just want to grab a toothpick real quick to wipe that off. Let's see. Yeah, and I went the 3D printed method because we did not have a laser cutter. So I was just trying to use what I had. However, then we got a laser cutter. So we do have a laser cutter now. We just got a Creality Falcon 2, I think is the model. So that's what we got. But the hubs is still like dialing in all the settings with that machine. The nice other thing about these very small nozzles is that they really kind of help you with the bubble issue. So once you kind of get it going, the stream is so small that there's not a lot of bubbles happening. However, I say that, and then you can't see, but I have bubbles. Bam. Just kind of. And that's the thing, you can't keep the flame on it, because then you're going to start to do things like melt the plastic and scorch it, and it just gets dicey. So that's how we do. Let me. Oh, again, I'm missing. Sorry for the little bump. Missing a tool. I have these tiny little I mean, for lack of a better term Q-tips, but they're just little cotton swabs that are much, much littler. I guess I could use this. They're not like Q-tips, a lot smaller. Where's the bag of them? Here they are. And they're perfect for these little kind of projects like this, where I just want to get a little bit. Okay. These, and I got these from Temu, and so they just have a little bit of cotton on the end, and they're good for, I just want to kind of rub off a little bit of the excess that got up onto the thing. And the other thing is that UV resin cleans up with rubbing alcohol, so I have some 91% isopropyl alcohol, and I'm just going to pour that into my little silicone cup here as well. Get my napkin underneath here so that I can just kind of dip it and get some of this excess off the median frame, because it won't show up in terms of the color, but it will still show up. So okay, so now that we have that and it doesn't have the bubbles, I'm going to go ahead and hit that with the UV light and cure it. And it doesn't take long to cure, like 10-15 seconds, because this is really thin. It's open on both sides. It doesn't take long to cure. And then eventually, once I put this like in a window, the natural UV from the sun will continue to cure it. So that's nice. Cricut, yes, I am a long-time Cricut user. You could do this with a, it depends what Cricut you have. If you have a Cricut Maker and you have the knife blade, you, in theory, and I say in theory because I don't have the knife blade, I've never messed with that, but in theory, you can use, I'm going to switch this actually so that the turquoise is the next color. In theory, you can use the knife blade and cut very thin wood, I think like balsa wood, to do the same kind of thing. It just takes multiple passes, and you would have to find the file, but it should be relatively easy to find a file. The files on Thingiverse are a certain format that is used for the Maker 3 will definitely do it. I'm a little jealous of your Maker 3 because I have the regular Maker, and I was salty when they came out with the new Maker, because when they came out with the regular Maker, I don't remember how many years ago that was, but when they came out with that Maker, I don't know about you, this does not look turquoise. But when they came out with the Maker, part of the marketing was that this was the last machine you would ever need. And their idea was that they were that was the Maker, and oh no, I have some bubbles in the blue, and I don't know where they came from, because that was There were no bubbles when I cured it. Nuts. I don't know how that happened. Well, that's disappointing. We'll have to figure that out. I'm carefully filling these so that it doesn't go up and over the top, but I also don't want it to have like an indentation or much of an indentation. So that's disappointing. Just gonna let it sit for a minute. So the way this is cured now, right? So the only way I can get those bubbles out is if I were to somehow carve them out. And with them being in the corner like that, I don't think I can. Which, again, kind of disappointing that happened. But alas, this is also just for me. It's not meant as like the other one, the hummingbird I actually made for a friend of mine. Okay, I think I've got that level up a little bit to where I want it, where there's not. Oh. Yeah, the hummingbird I made for a friend, and so I was super glad that for my first try doing this, it came out as good as it did. Because even when you have a lot of experience using UV resins and things like this, and you've watched the volume of videos that I have on it, it still can go awry. So, you know what I'm going to do, actually? I have a theory. I am going to try this other light. Because I wonder if, and I had this issue with something I was making yesterday, where I cured it, and when I started to cure it, there was no bubbles. And by the end, bubbles had shown up. So I wonder if it was curing at a funny rate. Like if the outside cured. No, because it happened here again. There is a mysterious set of bubbles in the corner. In the same corner. What the heck? You see, there is the bubble in the corner, right on the side. What the shit, man? And it's cured, so I can't. Oh, that is the weirdest thing. Okay, I gotta stop. So it's cured on top and not in the center because I started to move it and the bubbles moved. So that's why I'm holding it like vertical so that the bubbles will go back up into the corner. So it's like Oh, interesting. Okay, I think I can fix this by turning it over. It's not cured on this side. Aha. Hmm. That's an interesting dilemma we have here. I am perplexed, like honestly. Hmm. So I think what's happening is that the tape is wonky on here because the tape seemed to be letting in. This is not totally level, and so the tape was letting in air on the back side. Huh. Okay. Get rid of that tape. So now you can see the, well, it says it's turquoise. That is not turquoise. Um, the bottom turquoise is now clear. We got rid of the bubble mostly. The blue is a little funky. Huh. I wonder if I can do it because it won't stick to the silicone. So I wonder, I'm gonna fill in this bottom little guy down here and see if I can do it with just the silicone behind it and not the tape, and see if that kind of fixes the problem. Okay. Don't see bubbles. Hear that. Yeah, it's definitely a tighter seal is what's needed. But what I don't get is that it worked fine before. Yeah, it didn't cure. See where it didn't cure on the back side. Yeah, that one is like it's a big bubble, but it's also the smallest little area here. That is weird. Okay. Peel up this little area. That. Huh. Okay. Thing is, this resin tape is made for doing this. And like I said, it worked just fine before. So, not sure going up. give me just a moment here. The lighter did it. My daily dysfunction. It did pop the bubble, so I'm not sure what's going on. Give me just a minute. Uno momento for before. All right, maybe got my tape. The lighter, like I said, the lighter did pop the bubbles. Maybe I did have beginner's luck. I don't know. I'm gonna try to do it in smaller sections because I had tried to get like the largest swath I could before. So let's try that. And I'm just gonna kind of press it down from here and make sure that it's hidden. Okay. Fingers crossed. We're gonna go with this much bigger section here. That is enough. Yeah, that's what I was just doing. I was just pressing on the tape a lot, making sure that it is sealed. So I don't see any bubbles there. This color, it's not uneven because it's on a leveling board and it's level. So, but I mean, the tape may be uneven. I don't know. This color is sapphire. Again, the bottle is gray. What do you want? I wish the label colors were accurate to the color in the bottle. They are not, but I don't see any bubbles. Just hit it with that. All right. Trust. I've used this brand and it had no problem. Okay. Cross your fingers. Toes too. So far, so good. But don't see any bubbles randomly appearing like they did before. It looks pretty good in this section here. There are no fumes. If I get it real close to my face, I can smell the UV. I like the resin, but there are really no fumes. I don't smell anything as it's curing. and I'm not seeing any bubbles. So I think that might have been the problem. I think the problem might have been that it just wasn't sealed well on the back side for these two, which is a bummer because they're the freaking nose of the dolphin. But yeah, you know what I have found? So I will say this: I am a little surprised these don't have funky fumes because they do have a lot of Chinese on them, and the brand name is like Chow Chow. I think that's how it's pronounced. QIAO. I don't really know. Or Yo Chow. I don't know. Just realized that Chow Chow would be an X. Dang it! Doubles! What? Businesses. Ah! It's not cured on the back. Hit that bubble. Son of a monkey. The frustrating thing is that these are literally the exact same bottles. Same colors I used for the other. Same mat underneath. Same tape. The only difference is the leveling board underneath. And I cannot... Yeah, the backside doesn't want to cure. I cannot understand why it's not working in this situation when it was working before. Yeah, truly the only difference is this print and the leveling board. I dropped something. Oh, I dropped my lighter. See, this is... I need that Emily Z. Baker, We're Professionals. We are professionals bumper, because literally the reason I did the other one and then was like, oh yeah, I'll do this one on stream because it'll go fine. Like, bruh, it's not going fine. What is going on? I don't understand. Why? Yup, we're professionals. What a gigantic pain. Yeah, this is so thin. It should be working, but that's what I'm gonna do. That's my next. I should have started at the tail. That's my next plan. I mean, at least like this is salvaged. There's still teeny little bubbles, but you know, I guess never. That's the point, right? If we don't laugh at this shit show, we're gonna cry, right? Oh, yeah. It's just the whole nonsense. All right, we're just gonna do this one freaking section at a time, like double pushing down on the tape. You sorry bastard. I almost just want to like get out my clear and do the layer and then put the color on top. Maybe I'll try that with the fin. I'll try that with the fin in a minute. Okay. All right. I've pressed it down. But don't make me get out my brayer. I might have to. Now it's like, because I peeled this up and it's got like cured resin on this side that started to leak. It's not sealing correctly anymore because it hates me. All right. I really don't want to go through an entire roll of this tape either. So, what color are we on? We are on peridot. Yeah. You know how? I know you were in Runkle's members chat last night. You know how he says that when he looks at his leatherwork, all he sees are the mistakes and then some good stuff around the mistakes? Yeah. I've never felt words more true. It is so frustrating. And this is going to hang on my intentions for this was for this to hang on my back sliding glass door, which is right next to my desk where I work from home for my day job. So I'm going to see this every fucking day. Oh well. All right. Peridot, don't fail me now. But back to the fumes. This derailed my train of thought. But what I will say is, so I first found this brand, this QIO DIY brand on Temu. I know the Super Bowl commercial says Temu, but last year the Super Bowl commercial said Temu, and everybody I know says Temu. So I'm just going to continue to say Temu. All right. I first found this on Temu, and one little bottle of this was like $2.50, which is still like, not bad, but more than, it was like $18 for a 12-pack. And so I was happy to see that I could get the all the colors on Amazon for a cheaper rate per bottle, basically. And where did my try the thin layers. Put this into the corners. I maybe need a little bit more. So I first found it there, and I used to, back when, before Temu was a thing, Wish was all the rage, and I used to get the UV resin that was some unknown Chinese brand that, had zero English on the bottle, from Wish, and that stuff stunk so bad. That was like an unbearable stink, right? But then I found that Total Boat, which I've seen on a lot of craft channels that makes more traditional like epoxy resin and urethane, like polyurethane resins, made a UV resin, and you can get the Total Boat UV resin on Amazon, and it's a little more expensive, but not like crazy expensive. There's a link in my description to the only size that's available on Amazon of that Total Boat, but it has no smell. It's great to work with, and it cures perfectly. It's not sticky. Like some of the no-name resins I would get off with stunk to high hell, and then they've never quite cured without being sticky. And I would use alcohol and wipe off a layer, but it's, kind of like when you like a lot of UV nail polish, like the gel polish and stuff, it's this kind of the same shit. And it will, you have to do that wipe off the tacky layer on top. And so I would do that, but it's still like was not great. The Total Boat, perfection. It's so good. I love the Total Boat UV resin. And Total Boat, if you're watching, hit up your girl, because yes, they do have nice applicator tips. At the beginning of the stream, Kestrel and I were both like, "What are they called? They're funnels." No, they're nozzles. Nozzles was the word we were looking for. But I swear, it was like my brain just broke and could not come up with it. Could this work with craft board cutouts to make stained glass lamps with the Cricut? I don't know if the UV resin would seep into the craft board. That would be my concern. That it would start absorbing the resin. If you could certainly do like a test and try it. What I would recommend is cutting out the craft board and then getting like a lacquer finish, like a clear coat, just a spray clear coat, and clear coating it first and seeing if that works. I mean, it might be that you can do it quickly enough. I don't know. I think there'd be ways to do it, but I don't know off the bat if that would definitely work, but you could certainly try it. I would try it. Okay, that seems to be cured. So let's keep going with this peridot. Yeah, the nozzle, the little applicator tip does definitely help. Because as long as you do like this steady stream, you don't get as many bubbles, and that is nice. They're also real easy to clean off. Out, damn bubble, out I say. There you go. Okay. Okay. Did it. Yeah, the dotting tool, I have done that before. That's also why I have the Q-tip, because it really gets into the corners there, as well. Although this is like, it's there. I think part of this I have to just let it sit a minute, because the thing about this being 3D printed is that it is, printed in very thin layers. So there's a little bit of like ribbing on the inside of each little thing, and so it's kind of getting caught. I don't want to hit it with more fire because I don't want to melt the plastic and get a. Sometimes like it also makes a film on top of the resin. That's no good. I'm hoping what I see in this corner here doesn't like become an ugly bubble. Ah, bubble! How dare you? It popped up. Are you kidding me? Ah. Oh no. like whack-a-mole now. So it like cured from like the corner out. Okay, I'm holding down this side so it's pushing the bubbles that are now forming like nobody's business, like out. Okay, the problem that is. Okay, my whole shit just fell off. Uno, uno momento, por favor. All right, so I am like so close to giving up, y'all. Do you see the bubbles? I mean, what's my life, man? Okay, so that's what happens when you do it in layers. It's it's like it's curing from the outside in or something. So there's like a skin on the top where it has started to cure, but it's open on the side. So now more air is getting in, like as we speak. So I have this huge hole or this huge bubble that I can't. I'm like, if I press down, okay, move out of my freaking way. If I press down on the corner, it like pushes all the bubbles into this corner where it's not cured yet. But then that creates a bunch of little bubbles. It's definitely like not cured and coming out over here, but not to a point where I can get under like this top layer and peel it off. Oh, it's the weirdest damn thing. And I've completely broken both the tips of my toothpick. Fucking with it. Lovely ASMR of crinkly bags. Look at that nonsense. A bubble that is now. All right. I have half the mind to just cure it and let it be what it's gonna be. Full of bubbles. I mean, it is a dolphin, so it kind of doesn't matter. Because the more I try to get like these big bubbles out, it's just introducing more little bubbles. Hmm. Looks like a lot of them were on top. Yeah, me neither. All right. Shit. All right. I'm gonna cure this, and then, uh, yeah, me neither. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna cure that and then see if I can like drill it out or something. I don't, for the life of me, understand what's going on. Um, I think I am gonna try to do like the clear and get a layer of clear down in most of these just to kind of seal it, and then add the color. That's the only thing I really know I can do right now. Oh, yeah. I mean, she's traveling, but other people are streaming the trial. So I don't know. That's if that's if the judge over the weekend hasn't decided that they're just gonna shut it all down because of what happened with the phone numbers and stuff. Hard to hard to say. Okay, let me put this up a bit more. All right. Well, it cured on the back. That I mean, putting that first layer down definitely helped, but like, I don't even know, man. All right, it's time to uh, Yeah. I say let it bubble a bit. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm gonna finish this damn thing. So, I guess that's the only thing I can do. However, that one's bubbled a lot. So, I'm gonna try something. We might get crazy. Yeah. Hey, Lindsay. This one doesn't have to do with the rest. Yeah, that is true. That is totally true. Again, Baldwin could plead guilty or something. Who knows? It's all craziness. Yeah, maybe this brand does need multiple layers, but like I said, literally, let me show it again. I will show it again. I did this one last week, maybe a week before last, and look at that. It's perfect. It's great. Like, what happened? I don't understand. Look, no, look, Ma, no bubbles. There's like one tiny one right there. Look how perfect that one came out. Same 3D print, like same filament. He printed them the same day. Same. I used the same tape on the bottom. The same, silicone mat. That one wasn't. You can see it's popping up because it's not level to save its life. What the shit is going on? I don't understand. Thank you. I mean, the cutout, I don't know, it was the same. It was the same 3D print. So, I don't know. I just don't know. All right. We're bringing out the big guns here. I'm going to see if I can, like, get out of my. No, I don't want to look at you. I'm going to see if I can, like, grind out some of this and not just burn this whole damn thing to the ground. It's still bubbled. I swear I just saw one. Got my little. I would lovingly call this a Wish.com Dremel, but I did get it on Amazon, so there we go. All right. I'm gonna see if I can, like, grind out the center of this and be able to do something with it. Wish me luck. This won't take for fucking ever. Ooh. Well, I mean, it worked in the, if I want to burn this all to the ground like Linkin Park style, it worked. Huh. Like using grinding bits I've never used before. Like Bill O'Reilly over here going, fuck it, we'll do it live. There we go. Hey, okay. All right. I'm at the point where I'm like, I honestly, I don't know if this is going to be able to fix this or if it just made me feel better. Could be a little of both. Shit, son. All right, let's. Oh, okay. I just went maximum chaos mode. I feel like. Uh, the nice thing about this is that it is not a Dremel. It is just a rotary tool. There is a link in the description, and it was less than $20. So that's why I have it. It also, fun fact, doubles with when you put a nail drill bit in there. That's the same thing. Works nicely to clean my cuticles with a cuticle bit. Anyway, all right, I've got like probably toxic UV resin dust all over the damn place here because I went full chaos mode on this mofo. All right. Okay. Just trying to get as much dust out of the little like crevices on the bit that I can. That back in there. I'm gonna see if I can make cleanup on this easier. Absorb it all up. Hey, that worked pleasantly well. Better than I anticipated, actually. Son of a monkey. Okay, shit just went flying. Okay. One of my little resins. Okay. Ooh, what does your handheld attachment allow it to do? Share with the class. I thought about a Dremel, and you know, the Dremels, they're not actually super expensive. You can get one for under $100. But the reason I'm still looking for this thing on the floor. Um, the reason I got was because I didn't know that I would actually like use the Dremel. So I got this, figuring it was the it's the Adam Savage tool theory. That if you are wondering if you will use a tool, if you go ahead and get the cheapest one you can find first. So get it, secondhand, or shit, this thing disappeared. So yeah, if there's a tool that you think you would use, but you're not totally sure if it's worth spending the money on, get the cheapest version you can get, and then see if you actually use it. And if you find that it is worth the money to have bought it, then go spend as much money as you can on the best one you can get. That's Adam Savage's theory on buying tools. Get the cheapest one you can get, just to see if you actually will use it, and if you do, then go get the best one you can afford. Because clearly, if you can use the cheap shitty one, aha, I see it. It like got wedged under the power block from a laptop. So weird. Okay. Squirrely little sucker. Yeah, so if you end up using the cheap one as much as you think you will be happy when you purchased the good one. Yep, Harbor Freight first, and if you need to rebuy, get a better one the second time. That's how my husband often deals with his tools. He will get one from Harbor Freight, unless he already knows from experience or from friends or family members that the Harbor Freight one is just a piece of shit. That's what he'll do. Love Harbor Freight. Most things I have a hard time finding attachments for polishing and finishing, though the ones I find are still too abrasive. Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of like, I don't know what kind of resin stuff you do, but that's why I like working with the UV resin, because there's not a lot of finishing necessary. Sometimes there is, but most of the time it comes out the way I want it. Because yeah, confession time, I've never used proper epoxy resin, like the kind that you mix, part A and part B, and then you let it sit and deal with. I have never used that kind for two reasons. One, I am impatient, and so I want to just get it done and get it done. But also, and mostly, because I don't have a true craft space. So right now, I am sitting at a TV tray in my Lazy Boy recliner in my living room. I do have like a card table, like one of those, I don't know, like 4x4, 5x5 card tables that pop up in my, what should be like in our house, it should be like the dining area. It's connected, it's open layout from the living room, but it's kind of its own little tiny, like 8x10 space, if I had to guess. I'm bad at guessing large distance. but that is where my desk is and my computer and our bookshelves. And so when we moved in, like that was my office area. When we moved in a long time ago, I worked from home, and then I worked from home for a long time, and then I went back to working in an office in late 2017. And then with the pandemic, we all went back to working from home. And at the time, we were looking to expand our office. My boss was like actively looking for new office space. And then after the pandemic, and our business has changed, and she had to downsize our company in terms of like employees. And so she's like, yeah, we're just going to continue this remote work. It works great for us. So, no need to spend the overhead on an office. So we're not going back into an office. We are fully working remote. And so now I work from home, like permanently again, permanently as long as I have this job. So it's just my office, and so I have that like table set up, and that's where my Cricut sits. But it also like just accumulates a lot of junk on top of it, like the Cricut and stuff. So, and I like doing my crafting from this chair because I can multitask, right? I can watch television and do what I'm going to do over here. Okay. So, before I give this a second crack, UV and epoxy mostly. When I try to sand and polish, just gets frustrated and ends up top coating with epoxy. Right. Like that's the sanding and polishing is a thing. And that all brings me back to why I started talking about my office and that table. I don't have a real space to leave an epoxy item curing where it's not going to be. My husband has a shop in our backyard that my dad built when this is my dad's house that I live in, and he had to move for work, and so we moved in. And so my dad had built himself a wood shop out back, but had only barely gotten to use it before he had to move across the country for work. And so now that shop is my husband's like man cave, and it's where he has built his model railroad, and he has his computer and hangout stuff is all out there. His books for the most part are out there. My books are inside. His books are some are inside, like the nice ones that are like on the shelf, like the hard copy Harry Potter like books are on the shelves in here. Wheel of Time series is all on the shelves in here. His paperbacks are out there, and that's where he has 2 resin 3D printers, the filament 3D printer, and we just got the laser cutter, the Reality 1002. I also have a fume hood out there for glass etching that I bought at Harbor Freight a few years ago because I bought an air eraser. Because I tried armor etch for glass etching, and it's kind of a crapshoot in terms of how long it has to sit and things. And so I got an air eraser, which is just basically an airbrush that sprays a very fine medium, like sandblasting type medium onto items. So I could use the Cricut to make the stencil, and then I could basically sandblast etch with the air eraser glassware, which actually let me quickly, I will show you some of that. I have that folder open. Just trying to find it. For- I'm looking for it while we're chitty chat here. Etched glass. Okay. Share this. Send. Okay. So this is the kind of air eraser glass etching. These are some bride and groom glasses I did. No. We're not we're out. Sorry, I went too far. Yeah. So um, that's my boss with her with her glass, but she had actually I got the fume hood because it was only like $120, and she'd actually hired me to make this set. It was a set of glasses for her husband for Christmas with his monogram because they're big blind people. So I went ahead and used the funds from that to buy this fume hood because that fine medium gets everywhere. Um, it gets great. So the yeah, I've not done any wood stuff with the Cricut, like I said, but the glass etching, if you get armor etched to work for you, it's fine. I just, like I said, impatient. I got impatient, and so the air eraser works a lot faster and a lot easier to use for me. But I haven't used it in like 5 years, to be fair. Um, So it's out there with my husband's stuff, 3D printers, all that is out there. So I only have this small space. So if I were to do an epoxy resin thing and it has to sit for 24 hours and not be disturbed and not get any, not get our rambunctious little pug knocking into it, jostling it, not getting dust or dirt on it. Our house is pretty dusty because we have hardwood floors. Like that's why I haven't done epoxy stuff. That was a long story. And thank you all for staying for it because I got on a tangent. Here, intention of doing the same with the Cameo 4, purchase the chemical for glass, have to get gel for wood somewhere. I just never got around to it. The gel, are you talking about that like torch paste, like Rob used? Because that intrigues me. But the thing is, what I saw a lot of people, word. The only reason she is outside right now is because my husband came home and ordered her outside with French fries. But she's up my butt all the time. That torch paste. The reason I haven't tried it is because I did get some like pens to do it, and they didn't work. And what I saw a lot of online was, the sports pen. I got a knockoff brand to try it, and it didn't work. But it might just be because it's a knockoff brand. But the thing I saw a lot of people complaining about was that it doesn't actually like burn the wood right. It more like just looks like a brown Sharpie when you're done. It just kind of discolors the wood in a weird way. So I wasn't sure. I didn't want to invest in it because I didn't think I would get the results I was looking for. And honestly, now that we have a laser engraver printer or laser engraver cutter, I would rather use that to do any kind of stuff. Um, you can use the newer knife and deep cut Cricut M3 blades on the original master. Yeah, I know you can do that. I just haven't. And you can probably hear my dog because, she's underneath me tippy tapping on the hardwood floor now. Yeah. Dude, we haven't even scratched the surface of what the laser can do. Right now, because it is it's not, and this is all my understanding of, let me actually do some shit while we're talking here. Now that I've burned this to the ground and dug out the center. Okay. So from what I understand, because the laser cutter that we bought is not, it's not like the Cricut, whereas the Cricut is pretty plug and play. And I've seen the X tool, and there was one I saw on the Make Something channel that was a We Create or something, that are all very really super user friendly plug and play. The one that we bought is cheaper, so it's not hey, right out the box you're going to be able to start a business kind of situation. It's a lot cheaper, so there's more settings that need to be dialed in, and so as you have to dial the settings in, that's basically what my husband has been more focused on. How do you get the edge, when you're trying to etch, how do you adjust the depth to be correct and not cut through it? If you're trying to cut through it, how do you, get the depth in order to cut through it, not, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's still dialing all of that in. I already can tell I'm gonna do this, and I'm just gonna be able to see the big hole, and I wished I hadn't. Oh well. It gives it character, right? Yeah, character. Dog, go away. This is the part that I want to go away. That's not good. Alright, I'm gonna let that sit for a minute and then hit it. Yeah, that's torch based. And I got the torch pen or torch based. I got the pen, and it didn't work that well. And it might have been the wood I was trying to use it on also. I don't know. But, I still have it. I just haven't messed with it since I tried it once, and then it was meh. Yeah, I agree. I like that effect. I just don't want to mess with burning wood. It's just not. It's one of those things that's you can do all kinds of crafts, but there are some that just you don't want to mess with. That's one I just don't want to mess with. I actually saw on another maker channel, John Malecki, Unscrewed. It's a new channel that he just started, but he tried that fractal burning. He bought a kit off Amazon to do fractal burning. If you do it safely, it looks like shit. If you do it super dangerously, it looks cool, but you're probably gonna hurt yourself or die. So not a good idea. Yeah, fur is. There's a lot of fur around here. the one little bug. She just exudes her glitter all of the time. Yes, well, that's what I'm trying to do here. Trying to do like a little afternoon hangout. But yeah. That's the thing. It looks awesome. Fractal burning looks badass. But the thing is, you have to use such high voltage to get that like lightning effect that it is dangerous as fuck. And like 30 some odd people have died doing it. No joke. That's the stat that like John Malecki threw out in his video today. That like 30 some odd people have died doing this shit. So I pass. I'm not into it. And if you do it like with a safer, like lower powered of cables and stuff, it's just so minimal and takes so long to do that it's not not cool. It's useless. Oh yeah, totally. Like he would disown us, of course. And John Malecki's saying, he's like, don't do this shit. It's ridiculous. It's crazy unsafe. And so he was like, basically, he prefaced it by saying, look, we did our research, we looked into this, and we got this kit off Amazon, and we are doing it outside. It is like the safest we could even attempt to do this. And we're doing it so that you can see that you're not going to get the results that you really want. So don't even bother. The only way you're going to get the results you want is dangerously. So don't do it. And I appreciate that, like, there are people who are, professional woodworkers that do it for a living that are like, look at how disappointing this actually is in real life. Not the like glorified, TikTok version. Don't do this. This is not worth it. Alright, so that seems to have worked. It still looks like a shit show. I don't know, man. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna try a new method for the fin. So for the fin, after I just spent 5 minutes making sure that it's totally in contact as much as it can be with all surfaces, I'm going to put down a layer of clear with the total coat, and then I am going to put the color down. Find where my photo boat went. Okay. Got it. So this is the Total Boat UV Cure Clear Resin that I like a lot. It doesn't have the fumes that the other resins I've found have. The cure time is 2 to 10 minutes, and it cures really nicely, nice and not sticky. So, and it has a nozzle. All right, let's try this. Cross your fingers, cross your toes. Hold on to your butt. All this stuff. Okay. Good. Face down in there. kind of trying something else that I'm like trying to get it up the sides a little. Good. Did it with the flames of righteousness. I don't see any bubbles. Let's cure this. We're gonna do this in like the most insufferably slow way possible. Because it has been, now we've had a good chat, but it's been almost 2 hours, and this is how much I've gotten done of this. Not where I expected to be. I have to say. Did you see a tiny little bubble that has come up in a corner there? A couple tiny bubbles. But I'm not super mad at them. I would rather a couple tiny bubbles than this big ass catastrophe that happened over here. Well, that is chilling. I'm gonna pour some more rubbing isopropyl alcohol. Going to clean up effort here. Clean up the nozzle of this bottle before I put that back on. All right, dog has been escorted out again. Okay. Okay, we've got our clear base layer. Now I think we're back to the straight up blue, which was this. Ooh. Hold on to your butts. One of the things I'm just not understanding why it works so well with the hummingbird that is not working with this is because, like, if UV resin, I'm just gonna put some like clear on top of this one. That's a weird texture on it. The thing is I found that with some, now I didn't have this problem with Total Boat, I will say, but with some of the like cheaper UV resins that I've used, I found that if you mixed in different pigments, and if it was too opaque, then the UV light could not get through to cure it correctly. And so it wouldn't cure. But that was kind of a different problem. that I didn't have with this stuff the last time I used it. So, I don't know what's really going on with that. This has been sitting. I think the bubble that I'm seeing is a bubble from clear underneath it. Alright. Hesitant yet to cure it because I'm like, let's get all the bubbles risen to the surface. Clean up. Load. Alright. I'm gonna cure. I'm gonna use the Let's Resin light. Actually, I used the Let's Resin light for this one. For these first two. Let me use this big Escalite for this one. And you know what? We're gonna do this with some blind faith. We'll put it on top, turn it on. And we're not gonna look. We're just gonna hope for the best. Thoughts and prayers are with this UV resin. Before I throw this whole thing out the fucking window. Found that Magic Fly is good pigments that work well with UV resin and the color stays true. I have not heard of Magic Fly. I will have to look into that. Magic Fly. Alright. I did get some like mica powders from Amazon, and if I have kind of a light hand with them, they work fine with the total boat because they're pretty opaque once I layer them, but each individual layer is still decent. And I'm so impatient. I want to look, but I also want to not check it and hope that it works. We're hoping, our fingers are crossed. We're hoping for the best here. Come on. Ah, son of a monkey bitch ass. Well, sorry. He's Big Bubble, right in the corner there. I don't know what the fuck. Sort of like drilling into the bubble to fill the bubble. I don't. You're telling me it's not fair. It is not fair. I swear. If I were sitting here just watching YouTube doing this, it would totally work. I'd have no problems. It'd be gorgeous. Flawless. Flawless victory. But because I'm sitting here and y'all are sitting here too, bubbles. Like a bitch. Okay. I'm almost afraid to do this big section. because what the shit else could go wrong? Okay, try to use this sprayer. I mean, I still like the let's do a layer of clear method. I'm hesitant to like just do the whole thing in clear and just dome it with the color because I don't want I feel like the color won't be saturated enough if I do that. I'm also just thinking at that rate, I might as well just, and I'm half tempted to try it. Just do clear and use a Sharpie to color it, and then do clear on top. Because fuck my life right now. Shit. I need a little bit more clear. Corner filling base layer in there. All right. Oh no! Sometimes they turn a brown color. I've never had that happen. I used to when I first started really like doing stuff with UV resin. I used to have these liquid pigments that I bought that I tried, and what the problem I had with those was that the UV resin was pure. I never had a problem with them changing colors. My problem was that the liquid messed with the like chemical compound or whatever like too much, and the color was too deep and they were clear. That was the problem I had with the liquid pigments. These pigments that I've like, so that's why I tried mica pigments and they work much better. But that's also why, like, when doing that, you can't use, if you're doing stuff with UV resin, I have found that if you try to use a mold that is not clear, you have a real hard time. You have to do, like, a thin layer of clear or something on the bottom, or else the bottom will never clear because it won't get the light that it needs to cure. So that's kind of a bummer. Okay, this seems to be leveled out nicely. I'm gonna hit it a couple more times and hit it with this light. And I don't think the lights matter. I know I was going back and forth between which light I was using on the hummingbird, because sometimes I just wanted to leave it. I was using this light for something else I was working on yesterday, and I know why I got bubbles in the thing I was working on yesterday, because I was working with a material I hadn't worked with and I was not pouring thin enough layers. I already know that that was the problem. I was doing a little fishbowl mini version of yesterday. So, just gonna also is this on the whole time? That's also the nice thing about that one being so big is that I can just kind of, for a small thing, sit it down and let it do its thing. So, yeah, the layer of clear is fine. Let me, what was the next color? This one, which was the turquoise. That's not turquoise at all. Maybe I just want to do blue and dark blue. 'Cause well, just thinking about the greens in here again, and it's just a little, but whatever. We'll give it a shot. Because if I pull out the micas, ooh, ooh, I just got an idea. If I pull out the mica powders, the problem with that is that they will, um, I don't think they'll be transparent enough to like really reflect light through when I put it in the window, so it won't be but there's this stuff I just got. Aha. I know, baggy ASMR. Don't hurt me. But dude. Okay. We're gonna mess with the flakies, the unicorn flakies. Okay. I got this from Temu. It's a big ass piece. Oh man. I'm sticking to my spoon. Trying to get some of the like smaller pieces. Alright. Chaos mode again. And sometimes you just gotta use a non-silicone tool. Nothing sticks to silicone tools except when it statically sticks to silicone tools. With these little flakies. Okay. And it occurs to me that you can barely see what's going on here. So, give me a second. I've got these little like unicorn skin flakies in the top open dome. And then I'm gonna put this quote unquote turquoise on top. We shall see. am unsure if this is going to yield the results we want it to yield. Okay, let's see. Oh, let's see what we got here. Okay. I mean, it's a little more visually interesting. So I like that. Yeah. Good luck and Godspeed. Little section. Okay. While that is curing, I'm going to leave you all to your own devices for a minute and grab another drink. So, just a minute. I am back. So let's see. While I was grabbing a soda, taking a quick stretch, how that cured. Are seriously no bubbles? No bubbles. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if it's because of the clear on the bottom or the amount of time or what. But that worked. Okay. About damn time. Okay. Let me grab the tape again. Let's get moving on this. Okay. Alright. I kind of like how the flakies came out, but I also don't think I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna cut small sections. All the colors had given me issues before Lindsay. Sorry, I have to turn down my monitor. Yeah, I mean, all of them were giving me that same issue before. This one has bubbles. This was the one that was just off the rails, messed up. And that one I think was this peridot color that was really just fucking with me. But they all kind of had issues. So fingers are crossed. As they say in Clerks 2, Dicks 2. Everything's crossed. That we have smooth cruising with this method of clear on the bottom and then the color. Hopefully now this isn't screw with us the same manner as before. One can holding this one down, holding it down right now because I can already see the tape crinkles on the other side of this one. So hoping I can cure it and it won't cause a ton of bubbles on this base clearly. I'm gonna test something real quick with my soundboard because it may or may not be my soundboard. Let me know. Can you let me know if you could still hear me just then, or did I completely cut out? Okay. So you heard all of my explanation, correct? I'm hoping that you could hear my explanation of why I was testing it. Anyway, okay. This one got rippled a little bit on the underside. I'm not super concerned because it still works. Okay. So I want to go with the dark sweet. Okay. Uh, so I'm going to keep talking. And if it doesn't seem like you can hear me, if we go for a while and you haven't heard me said anything in a minute, holler at me in the chat because I'm assuming you can hear me. All right. I just can't hear myself then in my monitors. Record accompany bass treble echo. Like, yeah. Alright, that's weird. I mean, this is what happens when you get a kinda shitty soundboard because you don't have a monetized channel enough to get a really nice soundboard, but, you still wanna be able to do stuff. Alright, so clear base layer seems to be alleviating a lot of our problems here. Just gonna tilt this around, make sure it's in the corners, get it with the lighter, and then hit it with the light. And I don't know, maybe it's, you know, been funky with me because I haven't been hearing it long enough, or I don't know. Yeah. One of the reasons, Lindsay says, one of the reasons I've been putting off actually starting my channel is because I know figuring out all the tech is going to be a headache and I don't want to deal with it. Yo, okay, so here's the thing. You can okay, I figured out why. Did I just cut in the middle of saying why you couldn't hear me? I the the connection between, I have a wireless lav mic on, the connection between it and the little dongle in my soundboard disconnected somehow. Can you hear me now? So what happened is that, well, what I think happened is that the power in my wireless mic system died. So that is why you could not hear me a minute ago. Okay. All right. So I'm using the sound in my webcam now. All right. So it might be a little shitty. I apologize. But the the wireless needs to behave itself. Okay, so I have to actually be looking at it for you to pick me up here. Sound is better than the mic was. Son of a bitch. All right. Okay. So, so that worked. That's nice. Kind of got a sticky layer somehow. Okay. What color am I going to do the next one in? I think the blue. No. I'm going to go back to this peridot so that I can put the okay, my dilemma here is that I didn't want two of the same color next to each other. And I'm going to end up with blue right there next to that blue. Whatever. It's going to be what it's going to be. Okay. So, the thing about I'm pulling an Ian right now. The thing about this, and then cutting off my sound. Okay. So the thing about if you were going to do a channel in the tech like the law tubers do, where they're doing a lot of sharing their screen and talking to camera, I mean, you could just get started with a decent webcam that has a mic in it. Because like you said, the webcam sound is better than the mic was. And it's probably because the mic was cutting in and out because its connection was tenuous at best. This is just like this webcam that I have here is just like a $40 Logitech webcam. It might not be linked in the description below because I've been using the Ozbot and I've been switching, so I'll have to check and see if it's actually linked in the description below. But it's just a like Logitech webcam, and that webcam that Ian Runkle mentioned on his stream last night, that Logitech Reach, oh, it would do all this without like I've got a thing holding it and lights, and it'd be so great. I don't know how much it's gonna be though. Probably an arm and a leg, but you could do that with just a laptop and this, like, and a webcam. You don't need a whole lot of tech. Okay, so you'd be doing what I do, not face to camera, have all the stuff, just putting off actually implementing it. Okay, well, I mean, I've probably spent more on stuff that I hoped would work for what I needed and didn't work the way I wanted. So the Ozbot or OBS bot is a good example. I believe it's the same one that Rob uses in his shop, where he can like use the hand signals to focus and stuff. And it's great if you like wander around and you still want the camera to follow you or zoom in or zoom out. For this, it's not great. It's a little too much. And I got that as a gift, but it's a gift from my husband. So it still, came out of our bank account. It was like $200, $300 or something. It's great. It's 4K, but StreamYard, you can use StreamYard. For one, if you don't care about the branding, you can use StreamYard for free. If you want to remove the StreamYard branding, it's $20 a month, which is what I pay. If you want to use multiple cameras, you have to go up to the pro version, and that's like $40 a month or something. I don't do that because I don't want to yet. I don't want to do that until I have a monetized channel, which I'm a long way away from. But so there's StreamYard, that's $20 a month, and what's built into your thing works fine. But the Ozbot is overkill for what I needed because I want to focus on the project and show you the project, not show you my face. The
soundboard that I bought is, I wish I'd spent more on a better one, but that's kind of like, you know, the Adam Savage theory of tool buying. You buy the one you can afford and then see if you're going to use it. And if you're going to use it, you buy a better one. So right now I kind of use it. It can change my voice and stuff, but I don't use it that much because right now, because I'm using the webcam sound, I can't use it at all. I did upgrade to like not quite the Shure in-ear monitors that like Emily and Ian have, but I did get like a $50 pair of in-ear monitors that are made for musicians and whatnot, because they're way more comfortable while I'm talking a lot and in my ears than regular ear pods would be. So I did get those. I did get a big like mic with a pop filter that it was actually like a whole setup that came with excuse me, that came with the soundboard, and that's linked in my description. It was the soundboard, the arm, the mic, the pop filter, and I think and headphones that came with it that were like a super long cord, but I did not find them comfortable. Even though like I love how long the cord is, but I did not find them comfortable in my ear to continue to talk, and they would fall out. These ones, because they have like a wire that goes over the back of my ear, they get loose, but they don't fall out. So I can still hear, I just have to kind of push them back in every once in a while. Did I cure that yet? I don't remember if I did. I think I did. I did not. Shit. That's what I get for talking. Mistakes were made. Okay. Let me top that off and hit it with the flamage again. Okay. Bam. So I've bought more than I needed. So I have, and I was asking Emily yesterday about the Elgato cam link that allows you to capture from a DSLR, because I have a DSLR. I've had it for a long time. I didn't buy it to do this, but I did get the Elgato cam card, which is $100 thing. For Valentine's Day is what the husband bought it for me. Maybe it was my birthday. My birthday is a week before Valentine's Day, so it was one of those two. And I haven't yet used that. You like basically use an HDMI cable to plug it from your computer to capture from your DSLR. I haven't done that because I don't have I have a tripod, but I don't have the kind of tripod that would allow me to point it down so that you can see down. So I need to get that. But I also have a bunch of different, because I work, this is literally a janky ass TV tray that I work on. I have a number of different like clamp to the side kind of things to hold the webcam and stuff. And so I've gone through some of those that I like and some that I don't to use, and one that I like more for when I'm filming a video. Because I have, if you look back on my, sorry, I hit that. If you look back on my channel, I do have some like ZenCraft videos that I have just filmed while I've been doing it and sped up. So they're just kind of like chill, like watch the process real quick. So I use a different setup when I record those, because I record those with my iPhone. So it's just, there is a little bit of like getting settled with the tech that you like in the space that you are in the way. But I think there's a way to do that. And this is all very portable. Like I could take my streaming setup that I have it at right now, what we're sitting here doing, anywhere, because it's literally a laptop, a wireless mic, stuff plugged into my laptop, and the camera. on a tray table with a bunch of shit that clamps to the tray table or sits on the tray table. So it's pretty mobile because I don't have, I have my computer that I work at for my day job, but that's not it's not even probably not even a good enough computer to do any kind of streaming from. It handles Zoom calls. That's about what it handles. Lindsay says, I probably won't go as far as a soundboard for a while, but I got a mid-range camcorder, a wired lav mic, and a capture card, then an adjustable stand to put them on. I need to commit time to it. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've got... I'm curious what adjustable stand you have for the camcorder. I have a few on my Amazon wish list, but I haven't committed because I'm just not sure which would work best in my space. And now that I see that there's that adjustable webcam coming out, I might just reserve and do that. I hope it comes out soon, so I know if I should return this Elgato Cam link card. But that would also allow me to... Well, I don't have a Switch, so I don't have to worry about that. But, yeah. Son of a monkey's ass, we got the bubbles again. So the peridot bubbled again. But at this point, I don't care. I am gonna just continue unabated because we've been here 2.5 hours and I've gotten not even halfway, and it's frustrating. I've had a lovely chat with you all. Thank you so much for coming. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe and do the YouTube-y things so that I can achieve my next goal of monetization for my channel. That would be nice. Because right now, this is a free endeavor that only I am paying for. Okay. That's interesting. So this is where some of the clear seeped out to the other. But that's not terrible. Okay. I want to go this way. No, I think I just want to focus on these two triangles right here. Okay. All right, I have to adjust the camera. There we go. Now this is closer to me so that I can see it. Because usually I used to do it the other way around. But then, I don't know, last night in Ian's chill stream, some folks were like, no, we like it where it's like we're sitting across from you. So that's what I'm doing now. I think I just put way too much clear in both of these. And then, as I say, I think I put too much in both of these. It just seems like, oh, now suddenly there's not enough. What the hell? I don't know what happened. And there's also, no, that bubble didn't move. Okay. Okay. Hit the. Alrighty. So the interesting thing about these two different UV lights is that this UV light is like really what you think of with a UV light. Like you can see every little speck of anything else, like on my thing, or like there, like you can see where I have spilled resin before, but when I remove it, you really like can't see that like line from where I spilled. So this one really looks like the kind of black light you wouldn't want to take to a hotel room. You know what I'm saying? Whereas this one, like you just get that purple light, but you can't see. You can't, only because of the change in like the lighting, but it's not like it doesn't glow like the other one. Nothing about this glows with this. Like this one, all the places where I like spilled resin over the side, like you can see light up, like right there. You can see this piece of where the resin got onto the black. It's interesting. Okay. Those bottoms are done. And then I want to definitely put, well, that's how I can do it. I can put like the light blue here and the dark blue here. Okay. Gotta pull that all the way into the corner. All the way into the corner. I see some specks that were not popped by that. So I don't know if they're just specks or if they are bubbles. I don't think they're bubbles, but we will just have to live with whatever. Oh, whoa. Did you see that? Could you see that? I hit it and just boom, huge bubble. And it cured. Whoa. Look, no! What the hell is going on here? Well, now I've got a hidden Mickey. Go. Look at the bubbles. Now. Look what fucking happened there. Rando hidden Mickey. In my it's gotta be the unevenness of this particular 3D print. Maybe it's this light. Cause the top is, that shit is cured. It makes me wonder if I like Okay, I've like pushed it in. I can live with that little bit of all right, we're officially blaming the the 3D print on this one because it's being a bitch. Okay. The problem with now I am pushing down this toothpick. You can't see. Pushing down the toothpick to keep the bubbles at bay. If I cure it, the toothpick is going to stay in there. If I move the toothpick to a different side, it's going to let the bubbles in because this is what the side that needs to be held down. So, I'm trying to figure out what the hell to do about this. If I move it, yeah, if I move it to like a corner, if I let up the pressure, it just gets bubblicious under there. And then we have this shit going on. So, I'm gonna try something. I held it down for as long as I could. I lifted it up. The bubble started to reform, but because there's a hole in it now from where that was, maybe I can fill it. Huh. There's kind of a hole there. So, let's try it. It sort of worked. It sort of worked to fill the bubble. I have to like... No, that's just a bubble that's gonna stay there. Okay. I'm like not mad at another bubble forming, because that's better than like giganto bubble. Oh. Man, just when I really think we're like rocking and rolling, getting things going, shit just blows up. Thank you. I will check Twitter for the DM of the camera stand. I'm very interested. All right, let me. Sorry, fat hand. Okay. That doesn't go all the way to the edge. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if we get Giganto Bubble again. No. No Giganto Bubble in this one. So frustrating. This whole thing looks like a crime scene, man. Ugh. So I think the shit. No shit. What a day. What a day. We are almost at 3 hours. So if y'all are cool to hang out while we continue this shit show, I will. But because I know that sometimes it's nice when you're crafting to have somebody else chatting in your ear crafting. So I'm down to keep doing it if you all are down. But I don't want to keep anyone if you have things to do that I am stopping you from doing, because this is hanging and playing video games, got nowhere else to be. Sweet. We shall continue. All right. Yeah, I don't know how long Ian was streaming before I saw that he was streaming last night, but I got the impression it was a matter of hours before I got there, and I hung out till the end because I was just chugging along doing my old thing. Oh yeah, you made raspberry muffins. I'm jelly. Usually have YouTube in the background, mostly LawTube. Well, I'm adjacent. Made muffins. Muffins are cool. I like muffins. We can chitty chat about the trial. I don't know what the hell went on Friday. That was some wild shit. But yeah. Okay. No, I'm not. I will accept adjacent because of how much LawTube I watch and that I'm a mod, but I will not accept as part of LawTube. So, no. Yeah, I dig the let's just, and I understand why it's members only too, because it's like, who else is gonna really be interested in watching that besides the members? Because it is really just like, let's hang out. Like, yeah, we can talk about whatever. Like, we can talk about the craft I'm doing. We can talk about whatever, That's why I like the streams that I do too, when there are people here. Hi guys, thank you for being here. When there are people here, because it is just like chilling, and it's not me just like sitting here. So this is what I'm doing now, especially on a project like this where it gets real repetitive. It's just okay. We are filling in our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th, 10th, 11th section, and hoping for the best and expecting the worst. That's what we're doing here. 3 hours in on 11 sections. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I used to, like, in the pandemic, the pandemonium, uh yeah, the algorithm hates him when he doesn't. Yeah. And okay, hold on. Let me finish that and get a light on it, and then I will. God, I keep closing the thing. I do love this little lighter though, because it is like a little torch. It is refillable. I got it at a convenience store in San Diego when I was there on vacation this summer, because I have a ceiling fan that goes like all the time, and a regular like lighter, the flame goes out, and it's real frustrating. Okay, let me hold that down. Okie dokie. So Lindsay says Ian went for quite a while last night. Didn't hop on right away. Oh, I saw that already. Okay. Technically, we're all part of LawTube. Yes. It'll also screw with the algorithm. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm only doing craft stuff and nails, which is crafting adjacent. I haven't done my nails in a while, but because I've been crafting more. It's just what I'm focused on now. So if the algorithm just picks up that I stream craft stuff, that's fine. Like, I'm totally cool with that. In fact, hi algorithm, please do. Yeah, algorithm hates him. Daily dysfunction. Yeah, I would have just left it on, honestly. And I had it on my TV, and I couldn't hear it well from where my chair is, so I turned it on to my computer, because I was like, whatever, I'm not actually doing something. I was like doing crafting over here and downloading Sims mods. You know how it goes. Yeah, literally waiting for glue dry, literally waiting for resin to cure. Yeah, I usually craft, or it depends on the day I've had for FNF. Sometimes I'm crafting, sometimes because it's a Friday and I've been working all week and stuff. Sometimes I'm just like literally over here on my phone playing Suika, or because I don't have a Switch, so I'm just like on suikagame.com like a broke ass bitch. So I'm over here like playing Suika or Two Dots, or messing with Finch, my Finch app, or something, or my Paint by Numbers coloring app, while I'm watching it on the TV, because multitasking. Okay, I left this in the alcohol, so I had to make sure I was using the right side that's not like soaked with alcohol. Well, the benefit of this, supremely, is that we 3D printed this file. It's not like I bought this bezel from somewhere and spent money on it and have to do any of that. If I wanted to give this another shot, I could definitely do so. I just have to poke my husband and have him print it again. Interestingly, so I'm in. Hold the phone. Corn husk bunnies. What? I'm so curious. That sounds like a Girl Scout craft if I've ever heard one. And I was a Girl Scout for 12 years and worked at a Girl Scout camp as a craft person. I'm intrigued. Actually, let me stop embellishing. I did work at a Girl Scout. I did not get paid to be the craft person at a Girl Scout camp. I was able to do the craft thing when I was an advanced counselor in training. And then when I got hired as an actual employee for the next summer, they hired me as unit staff, which means I was like in the unit with the girls, not program staff, which means you're the person that runs arts and crafts. That's what I applied for, didn't get it. That was the last time I worked at a Girl Scout camp. But, you know, still. And I think that also is why, like I was saying last night in Ian's live, that I think the only craft supplies that I have, but have like literally, they've been sitting in a Rubbermaid bin for 25 years, 24 years, something like that, is I have soap making stuff like glycerin soap cubes and molds and dyes and stuff, and some candle stuff, like not, I don't have any wax, but I have like, I mean, the molds are kind of interchangeable with soap sometimes. And I have not made a single candle in 20 years plus because I made so many candles at Girl Scout camp. It is ridiculous. And the soap is like, it's cute, but it's really just like when you pour it in the mold and ta-da, and then you put it by your sink and nobody ever uses it because it's so damn cute. I don't know. I've watched some like Sophia Nygaard soap making videos and stuff, and it's like, all right, it's just not my thing. I'd much rather like making like decor and jewelry and stuff. Okay. Yes. Tag me in one. I'm so curious now. CIT, it was a YMCA kid and was a CIT and counselor plus permanent staff at my camp. Yep. What? Yeah, so here's the funniest thing. You want to play with soap and candles too. I mean, they have the stuff at Michael's, so it's really like low barrier of entry. The soap stuff was like, I still have it because one, like, it doesn't expire. Two, I might have a friend or a niece, or, I don't have kids, but I might have a nibbling out of nowhere that wants to do some crafty stuff. So I have that to bust out. I might actually, now that I'm thinking about it, one of my nieces, that's not, technically blood related, is a Girl Scout. I might ask her mom if one of my best friends, I might ask her if their troop could use some of that stuff, because I have not used it in so long. But yeah, Lindsay, if I do soap at any point, it'll be cold processed. Problem with that is I don't like bar soaps. Yeah, same. I'm not a bar soap fan. And when you make them very cute, you don't want to use them. And then they just sit there and they collect dust, and that's disgusting. And eventually they get thrown away. That's what happened with literally all the soap that I made. I bought the soap stuff with my best friend. One of the summers I was home from college, not the summer I worked at the Girl Scout camp. And we did that, and then they sat by like the sink in my mom's house until she moved, and at that point they got thrown away because they were gross. So that's all that happened with those. But yeah, I was a Girl Scout I was not a daisy, but I didn't do it like in kindergarten, but I was a brownie in first grade. So because we lived in a different city when I was in kindergarten, we moved to the city I grew up in when I was going into first grade. So that's when I started Girl Scouts, and I was a Girl Scout until I graduated high school. And so the summer of my freshman year, I was a counselor in training, a CIT, and there were 18 at that camp that started. The next year I came back as an advanced CIT, and there were 7 of us that came back. And then the next summer, so the first one was summer between 9th and 10th grade. Then between 10th and 11th grade, I was an advanced CIT, and there were like 7 of us. Then between 11th and 12th grade, I was an apprentice CID, and that weeded down to 3 of us that came back to be apprentice CITs. And then the summer after high school, I was hired to come back and actually work at the Girl Scout camp, and the same 3 of us came back and were hired. And then that's the last summer I worked there, because the following summer I got my application in late or something, and so they'd already hired the staff. And then by the time they were like, hey, you know, we had some people kind of come and go, we need staff, I had already gotten another job. And it's a good thing, because that's the summer I met my husband. So if I'd been at Girl Scout camp all summer long, you're not meeting any guys at a Girl Scout summer camp. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, so it worked out. But that was the last time I worked at the summer camp. I mean, aren't we all still traumatized from using the decorative soaps, or the decorative towels, or the towels that were for company? You know, I have a friend, so I think we're probably all at least elder millennials here. I am the first year of millennial. So I have a friend who is considerably younger, and she is doing gentle parenting with her daughter. And she does a hell of a job. And it's not the kind of gentle parenting that like gets a bad rap, where people just have their kids like running all over and being right assholes and, you know, just being hellions. It's actually like, okay, so I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you use your words and tell me how you feel? Okay, well, what do we do when we're angry? Let's breathe. Let's, you know, you don't have to hit, that kind of thing. It actually like works really well, because she's very consistent and she's doing it well. And so it's just kind of wild to look at the difference between don't use that's for company, and no, we're going to use the good soaps, because why else would we buy the good soaps? We're going to use them. It's just, I wish, you know. Kestrel says, seriously, my mom and her company soaps and towels. I know, right? And did company ever come over? Never came over to our house. But we had the company stuff. But company never came over. I don't know. It was a weird, that was my stepmom, not my mom. My mom would have been like, use the towel, whatever. I don't care. Just make sure it's clean. Middle millennial. Good place to be. Technically Gen X, but I'm really on the cusp of both Gen X and millennial. I feel both at sometimes. Yeah, that's like, okay, so from what everything I read, millennial, so Gen X is supposedly ends in 1980, and then millennial starts in 1981. Yes, exactly. I don't have kids. I'm glad other people are being nicer to their kids. And that it's, if they're doing it in a, hey, I'm still the boss, I'm still your mom, I'm still the, you know, buck stops with me, it works out. But they're not like unreasonable. Yeah, it's great. So from what I that was my aunt. So Kestrel says, my mom had a living room filled with fancy furniture for company and a family room where I was allowed to sit and where she mostly sat. So what's the point? I don't know. Yeah, my aunt at her house had a living room that had all the nice matching furniture, all the like the commemorative plates in like hutches, and nobody ever sat in the living room was never used, because when we came over, we'd go into the family room and sit in there, because that's where the TV was and that's where the big comfy couches were. The only time in my life that we ever used my aunt's fancy living room, which was half the size of the family room, by the way, the only time was when my cousin had a bridal shower, in like 94. And when my grandma and grandpa had their like 50th wedding anniversary party there. That's the only time. And that was pretty much because not everybody would fit in the family room and the dining room. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, it wasn't covered in plastic, but it was a little parlor-esque. I like the saying that went around a while back. Millennial is from Tom Hiddleston to Tom Holland, 1981 to 1996, I think. I think you're right. I think it is 81 to 96. Yeah, wedding, bridal shower. Yeah, so from everything I've read, 81 is the first millennial year, 96 is the last millennial year. But we have this weird thing where if you're an elder millennial, from like 81 to like 84, some say 85, has been kind of deemed the Oregon Trail generation, or the Zillennial, because we didn't have computers until we were in high school, and the internet until we were like late high school or college. So that's kind of what has defined that mindset. So we're still we still have a little bit of that Gen X-ery where it's, the go play outside till the street light comes on kind of situation, walk wherever you're going to go, call me, here's a dime, call me if you need me kind of thing. But we also have that technical savvy that like some don't necessarily have. Like I have a cousin who is solidly Gen X, born in like 75. And it's like, it doesn't feel like she's 6 years older than me. That's not a huge, gap. But it's just wild to me how much more internet savvy and computer savvy I am than she is as an adult. It's wild. It's just craziness. Okay, I think I'm gonna go. I don't want this blue. This is the same blue. This is the blue. Yeah, I don't want this blue in this fin again because that's just weird. Dual blues. So I'm gonna put it in this one. We did. Yes, we cured those. We're just getting off on tangents here. This is so little, I don't think I'll run out of it, but I am a little afraid that I might run out of this stuff. Just a little afraid. But yeah, but my and honestly, like the whole generational thing is just dumb anyway, because like my husband, much like Ian Runkle, was born in 1980. They're the same age. Like Ian's a little bit older than my husband by like a month and a half. Just because I don't know when exactly in January his birthday is. We know it's January. My husband's birthday is leap year. It's February 29th. So, but they're not that much different than me. Like, he can just claim to be Gen X if he really wanted to for the sake of argument. It's like, whatever. All right, back to the comments. Actually, wait, let me do this so I don't end up sticking my finger in uncured resin again. It's not very pleasant, I gotta say. I see that immediate bubble. It cures so fast. I wish there was a way to just like hit it, see the bubble, pop the bubble, hit it again. But oh well. It is what it is. All right. Back to chat. I'm 89, but I'm back to 78, so I feel like I'm half Gen X. My older friends always forget that I'm younger because I get all the references. Yeah, my husband, let me blow your mind, is the oldest of 12. So he was born in 1980, and his youngest sibling was born in 2006. 2006, 2005. 2005, because he turned 18 in December. So, yeah. So he's got siblings all over the gamut. And they didn't have TV growing up, but they get a lot of references. So, remember Atari and Pac-Man, but grew up with Zelda and Sonic. Yep. Remember when most companies had blank, useless websites and dial-up and pagers. You know what's wild? Like, recently I watched Grey's Anatomy from, like, not the start, but like season 3 to where they are currently. And I had not watched them, like, I had watched up to season 3 contemporaneously, and then I stopped watching. So from there on, and to see them go from, like, pagers to that weird, like, in between where they kind of have, like, BlackBerry style, like, Sidekick style phones to, like, full-on iPhones is really funny. And that's over the course of, like, from 2005 to now. It's wild. But yeah, I remember all that. I had friends in high school that had pagers. No. None of my friends had pagers. My cousins' friends had pagers. A lot of my cousins had pagers. We didn't have pagers in high school, but I knew people that did. We just didn't. Grew up using DOS and being excited when mom upgraded the home computer with Windows 95. Oh, hell yeah. We got the Windows 95 and shit went down. It was crazy. Couldn't even get AOL. Oh, I remember, like, going through the AOL discs and then calling and canceling, and they're like, no, here's another month. Oh, okay, I guess. And then, like, never having to pay for it. It's what I did in college. We've all got mail now. It's a long time. I didn't realize that. It makes sense. They use some kind of system that's not just, having to make sure there's no solar flares that AT&T has service. Makes sense. With this is that, so as of December, all of her children are now over the age of 18. And as of this May, when he graduates high school, it'll be the first time in 32 years she's not paying private school tuition. Okay, y'all. Yeah. Can you hear that? Or not? Because for whatever reason, my husband just decided that the front yard needed to be mowed. So, even though it was really obvious when he came in that I'm still streaming, he's out front mowing the lawn, and it's kind of loud. So, vaguely, not loud background hum. Okay, all right. We will continue our cause here. There's a big bubble in this one. But it's actually like... Come on, focus. Why aren't you focusing? You were focusing so well earlier. There we go. Embrace the bubbles. Yeah. I'm embracing the bubbles. Okay. Into this one, let's go with the turquoise. That's not really turquoise. It's this one. Open. I mean, that one's the peridot. It looks a little seafoamy, but this tape is also like a seafoamy green. Yeah, it looks a little seafoamy on camera. All right. The other thing is the dog is here, so hopefully she is not going to make it her mission to get on top of my lap, which at this point would involve coming over a bunch of stuff I have sitting over here that is in her way. But will crinkle. She looks like she's chilling, looking at something else. So I'm purposefully not saying her name, because if she knows I'm talking about her, she will be interested in whatever it is that I am doing over here. Okay. So that's the thing. A bubble only shows up after I've let it sit for a long enough time that... Ooh, that one I was able to pop. Ooh, no. That one, that became a film. Ooh. Nope, giganto bubble now. I should have just... It's all kinds of jacked now. Okay. That is an excellent theory. The contraction when it starts curing is what pulls the bubbles from the sides. That's a good theory. Which means that there is literally nothing I can do about it. So why am I trying to stop it? I shouldn't be. I'm just full on embracing the bubbles in this now. I cannot be bothered at 3.5 hours of working on this damn project for this to be doing this. So we're just gonna do along here with my bubbly bullshit. I'm so annoyed. Now I'm annoyed with this. I'm annoyed with Mr. Lawnmower out there of all damn times. Okay. So those two. Oh, I didn't even fill this one in. Did I? No, I did. Yeah, I did. I filled this one in with the other one. Okay. Let's get the clear in these. boy. I don't think I have enough clear in this one. Go. Another dollop in there. Okay. Oh, nope. Ugh. I mean, the curious thing is that it's just the color doing that. The clear isn't doing that. I mean, the clear is a different brand, but I still don't think it should be doing it. But, you know, at this point, I officially don't care because I want to land this before 4 hours because we're just fucking around here, apparently. So this, I think, this was the turquoise. This is the peridot. So back to turquoise. Actually, as I do this, I think I just used this on that. This was the turquoise. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm doing a thin layer of the clear, but I'm not. This isn't that much thicker of a layer, honestly, when I put the color in. But I don't know. So I just kind of flash hit it. There's a little bit of a skin. But let's see. I don't see a bubble. Oh, nope. There's the bubble. I'm not going to push on it. That needs more curing. I have half a mind to pull out the mica powder and do just one with the mica, but then it's going to be slightly shimmery and the others are not slightly shimmery. Because all the mica powder ones have slightly shimmery. Alright. Let's go back to the sapphire for this little business. I'm gonna try to do a very thin layer of this and see if that works with building up the layers kind of situation. So far, so good. There's still a tiny little bubble in there, but yeah, that is true. I do have one section with the iridescent. All right. Well, I don't see bubbles popping up in that one. So we're going to do that while I figure out which one of these bags. That is all add-ins. Is this glitter or is this my cover? This is my cover. Okay. Grass green. That is copper. I don't have a blue in that color. It's just green. What is that? Oh, there's blue. Is that where I'm at? Oh, with a blue color? Yeah. Okay. So, I'm going to use one of my little silicone bowls. And one of those. Okay. Okay, I think I need just a little bit more. I'm just gonna use this Q-tip. So little goes a long way. Back on. Okay. That is secure. Okay. So I'm going to move this all the way off my table while I do the layer clear. Underneath this one. Ooh, that needs to cover. There. Okay. So let me do the thin clear layer. Alrighty. All right, guys. I've got a thin layer of clear. I think I need a little bit more. So get this layer of clear in here. That's not anymore. You know what I found as well with the nozzle on the end of this is that like sometimes there's a bubble like right on the tip that comes out, but generally speaking, that really cuts down on the bubbles right out the gate. Okay, there's no more lawn mowing outside, but there is still a dog. You shouldn't hear the dog. She's clear across the couch. Drop something, but whatever. So let me get this clear one curing. I can get things on the floor that I dropped. I dropped my little stirring stick. All right. It's a little patchy. There's some like little bits where it didn't hit, but the whole point was like to seal it off from the back, so it's fine. Okay. So this has sat I'm gonna hit the top of it. And then pour it in here and hope for the best. Okay, float into the corner nicely. It seems like this is going to be just the right amount to fill this portion. Kind of getting it into the sides. Trying to coax more out of here so that it domes a little bit. I started saying earlier that like during the pandemonium, I had paid for Zoom because I was doing like Zoom calls with friends and whatnot, and we were doing like a monthly Crafternoon where we would just it was our virtual version of a Stitch and Bitch. So some people would just do whatever their own crafts. It wasn't like, oh, we're all doing this or we're all doing that, but it was just people doing their own crafts. Somebody working on their rug in one of them. They were doing like this big rug project. In another one, people were doing like cross stitch and stuff, and we just all kind of had our computers out and were hanging around crafting. So, all right. Yo. All right, so I think the brand is partially at fault. Damn it. Damn it. So, because this is not quite like opaque, I'm gonna leave it for extra time. But I'm trying to like see if maybe just there doesn't look like there are bubbles because of the like mica, and so you just can't see the bubbles. But I don't think that's the case. Got the glow on that one. Whoa. Yeah, seems like the total boat isn't contracting as much or as fast. I think that is correct. I wonder if, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't have the I don't have the other one that I did anymore. The hummingbird. And I gave it to my friend, but now I want to look at it because I wonder if it wasn't as thick. Like this is using my handy like 3 millimeters thick, but it feels a little more substantial than the hummingbird felt. I wonder if the hummingbird was like 1 or 2 millimeters thick. I wonder if it was thinner. And that's why it was so easy and this is so challenging. With these, you know. Well, shit. Well, now I'm at a loss. Now I don't know what to do. So shit. All right. We've got a half done dolphin that has some iridescence, but also kind of a pukey green. You know what? White surface. Now you can kind of see that color a little bit better. It's not great. It's not the like oceany. So I'm wondering if I even want to finish this one. You know what? I don't think I do. Because I can't salvage where the bubbles are. I tried that on this one, and this is the worst looking, like, shit show of a segment there is, where I tried grinding out the center. That blue looks nice. Now I wish I had just done everything with the mica. Because if I take the backing tape off and like hold it up with the color with the light, my light turned behind it, it doesn't give me as nice with the light behind it. It doesn't give me as nice of a reflection as these do. So I would definitely want to use these transparent and not the mica, because the mica just kind of gets washed out with light behind it. And it doesn't give you that stained glass effect. Mix the colored ones with the clear. As long as I'm experimenting anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Hey, fuck it. Let's try it. Okay. I have actually, I will say, in fairness, I have done that before, because when I originally found this brand on Temu and bought it, I bought a purple one and I was using it for something and I was running out and I needed just a little bit more to finish what I was working with. So I did mix it with some clear just to kind of fill it a little bit more. And it worked. So let me grab another couple of little cups here. Okay. Okay. So the next color I want to do is like, this was the turquoise. This is the peridot. I'm going to try something wild. You know what? I do not have alcohol inks. They would, and I have not messed with alcohol inks ever. And I don't think that the alcohol ink would work with the UV resin, because the way you clean up UV resin is isopropyl alcohol or rubbing alcohol. So I think that would mess up. I don't think it would cure right if that. Okay, that is There's a little corner there that's not. So I think the alcohol inks would work in a regular resin. Or at least I've seen them, used for like epoxy resin, but I don't think they would work with the UV resin. Okay. So let me just try this. I'm not going to try the base layer this time because I think I don't know. Okay. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to try a base layer in one of them, and I'm not going to do a base layer for another one. I think it needs more than that. Okay. Okay. I might get like an alcohol ink and I don't have any, so I can't mess with that. But the next time I'm going to like Michael's or Joann's or somewhere, I might pick one up to experiment. Okay. So it's the peridot. Actually, I still have the peridot that I had gotten, from Wish. And something had leaked because it is nasty covered in resin. Oh, I ran out of... No, there they are. But I ran out of... Okay. This is the peridot that came from Temu. Just kind of mix those two together. Okay. Mixed together. I have half a mind. As long as I'm mixing shit. Mix a little of that blue in there and see if we actually get a more appropriate sea color. Okay. Let that sit for a little while to bubble up. And let the bubbles move it over here so that I can cure that one layer. Okay, I've got the base layer of clear in one of these. But that's the one I'm going to try. A different color in. No, this is what I do want to put in there. This is, yes, this is going to be the blue mixed with clear. Okay, that seems to be a good fitty mix. Make sure I have the green off of my spatula. I feel like I have to make more of that one. So let me move this one clear out of the way of the UV light. The bubbles have kind of hit the top in that one. Whoa, hey. Yo. So there's just a little bit of mica in that one because of I did try to mix it to get more of a sea foamy green. Barrier in between. So I don't see a bubble. No bubbles. I think what I might do is just go between these two down into the tail. And this is one I'm going to try with no base clear layer. Just letting it rip with the mix. Of brands. I'm glad that was enough to fill that. I was worried that that would not be enough to fill that one cavity. Okay. This, in theory, should have far fewer... Oh, a bubble arrived in that one. Interesting. Interesting. There did come a bubble from nowhere. Oh, that's not cured. Interesting. I'm just throwing shit everywhere. Much smaller bubble than the other, though. Yes. And this one, I can't tell if there's like somehow mica got in there because of my spatula, or if these are just very, very tiny micro bubbles. I can't tell. But also at this point, I don't care. Okay. Moving these out of the way. Yes, I did put a little bit of the mica in the green, but not this other blue that I used. This was a clean cup, because this is the cup that had the mica in it. Clean cup, but I wiped off this spatula before, so I don't know if I don't know. Looking at what's left in the cup, it looks like micro bubbles, but it's hard to tell. So I do see. Oh, son of a monkey. Okay. There are. So we're looking at this one. I do see some like bubbles in this corner. But that could also be like schmutz from hitting it with the. But the back is cured. And a second bubble has now formed here. So I'm going to hit this from the back side. Which, of course is what she said. Or what he said. Oh, wait, did I don't. It's like I kind of want to. Yeah, it's probably just the micro bubbles from mixing. I'm just gonna kind of dual hit this little drop on my silicone so that I can peel it off without putting my finger in it. Well, that's one of the greatest things about the UV resin is it's so easy to clean up when you have the silicone stuff, because you can just hit the silicone thing with the light and it'll just boop, pop it up, pop the whole thing out. I have in the past sometimes kept these little drops because then you can put them under clear and something, and then they're just little raindrops of things. It's kind of cool. All right. I am going. Did the light hit this and it cured? It might have. It's looking like it might have. Oh no, some of it's still liquid. Okay. I was just gonna put some, just kind of dome it up and see if that takes care of the schmutz. Okay. So that was blue and green. I'm not going to mess with the base layer of this. I'm just going to just do it. and just kind of rotate. Mix up a little bit more of this. Since I'm getting crazy. It's kind of a different-y color blue. Let that sit. Like hear this. Whoa, there's a weird like swirl in there. Can you see that? No, you can't see that. Actually, the swirl went away. I had it like on top and I could see the swirl, and then the swirl went away. Interesting. But this is also not bubbling. So this one I did the layer of clear. This one I just filled it. Okay, so to explain the noises. That is my chair. But what you're hearing probably is my dog. And she is not near me. She is 6 feet away from me. Because my chair is at the end of the couch. And she is on the other end of the couch. She is a pug. So she has brachycephalus. And she does snore. So that is what you are hearing. The low squeak is probably the floor under my chair every once in a while squeaks. But the snore is a snore. It's the dog. All 15 pounds of her. What? Why? Why couldn't you look at your sibling? All of you. Look. That is what it should look like. You all... You all have fucked up. Look at that sibling. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Perfect. Snatched. Domed. Fuck. It wasn't the chair squeak, it's her. Yeah, it's her. She's not even pointed this direction, which is what's wild. She's facing the other way, but snoring away in her pillow fort. I will show you her pillow fort. Hold on. Let me find my phone fall on the floor. Where the hell did my phone go? Is it in my pocket? No. Shit. Okay. The chief reason I got an Apple Watch. That, of course, is off. The fuck? I had it sitting here. I think it slid off. Let's see. I don't see it. Where the shit did my phone go? I don't know, you guys. All right. Okay, let's sit for a minute. Hit that. Don't bubble. All right. I'm back. So I will now show you some developments that are interesting. One, this is my dog at the moment. Full 6 feet away from me, just chilling in her pillow fort that she has built herself. The pillows sit on the couch. She rearranges them as she sees fit. And I spoke too soon. Where did this bubble come from? You monkey ass mother. So far, the only one with absolutely no Ooh, shit. Sorry. The only one with absolutely no bubbles is the one that was all total boat all the time. Bubbles formed in the others. I just don't. I don't know, man. We all just trying to stay alive like Wyclef out here. Oh, son of a bitch. Ooh. Yikes. I looked at my computer for a second and almost just poured this right into the wrong cavity. Because I wanted to check the member spaces for EDB. Because I think she was gonna do. I thought she was gonna do her behind the scenes podcast recording tonight, but maybe it'll be tomorrow. Oh, okay. So I'm about to finish this up and leave y'all, but let me tell you, and I will show you, fellow law nerds. Come on now, channel tab, Chrome tab, that one. Lindsay, shh. I don't know who knows. Yeah, so she is going to be doing the podcast behind the scenes tonight, but it'll be late. So, okay. I was just like, holy shit. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it talking to y'all. So, we are all still good. And I will meet you back in the chat there. That's, we're just going to do that and then talk about dolphin shit shows for a while. And only we. Shit, that one like way ran over. God. This one pours like nobody's business. This one's slow as shit. Okay. Mistakes were made here. There's a lot of overage that now needs to be cleaned up. This was the problem I had with the hummingbird, was when I poured too much and it pooled over the sides, it looked funny. I think I'm way past. Oh, but it looks funny on this shit show. But, The other thing that I'm noticing when I mixed it is that it's not like super even in the coloring. It's kind of like an unintentional ombre over here. I don't know. I'm just trying to get this last little bit of blue out. And into these last few Let me. Whew, you can see it went way over the sides on this one. If I thought the rest of this looked great and this was the only problem, I would like sand it down. But this is a shit show, so I don't really care at this point. No bubbles. But the bubbles seem to form. There's a bubble. The bubbles seem to like form out of nowhere, like just magic. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, that's not even taped on the other. Oh no! They didn't. I forgot that they didn't cure all the way through on the back. Oh shit. Yes, this is fully a write-off. This is just so sometimes when I screw up a craft that I had intended for sale, I will just go to like my local buy nothing group and be like, hey y'all, this one didn't come out super great, so I'm willing to give it away for free. Not this one. Not this one. Like I had an order for a button and I made the button, but it was off-centered the first time and I was like, son of a bitch. So I made it again and then it was the mylar of the button didn't catch right. So I had two like that didn't work and then one that came out perfect and I shipped it off. But it was just very much like, okay, anybody want these this one that's not perfect, but you know, was a little off, and there were people that were like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. See the color, like, okay. You see this, like, that was the turquoise, but this was the peridot. And it's just not very colored. It's not very, potent in the first place. But it's real, like, barely colored when mixed with the clear. It's real watered down. I mean, so is the blue, actually. But we're at the point where I just have no more fucks to give. And I'm just want to use up. You know what? I'm like, do I want to use this up in this? Or do I want to just, like, use it up in something else? There's so little of this. So, that's where you can purchase much nicer things than this POS. Yeah, I think this is like done. I don't think I'm getting any more out of that one. Just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna go whole hog and say fuck it, and add some mica powder to this one because why the hell not at this point? We're just going all in. But sure, it's probably too much. It's too much. You took too much. Too much. And then this thing doesn't want to close right. I'm going to get pearlescent blue all over the goddamn place. All right. Do. Okay. just. All right. Put that there. Yeah, that's how I feel about this whole day right now. Well, thank you. I appreciate that I was not here alone. And you guys actually did truly help me to test some things and figure some things out. I appreciate that. The next time I try this, it will not look like a complete and utter shit show. And awesome. Let me know. I hope it works out well. And I will pass something on to you. And to Daily Dysfunction. I am in a group on Facebook. I'm not even going to bother with the tape. Just fuck all. I'm in a group on Facebook that's like crafty fun, right? And there's a lady in there that has been posting a lot about some, oh, it's super like all over the back. This is gonna need like straight up cut off trimmed. Doesn't matter. Oh shit. Whatever. There is a lady in this Facebook group who has been posting a lot of hugs for everyone, Leonard hugs. There is a woman in this group that has been posting a lot of UV resin jewelry, and it looks similar to this. It's like this stained glass kind of effect. So I asked her, are you like 3D printing the frame part? What are you doing? And she said, oh no, I don't. Technology doesn't work with me. I'm cheating. And I was like, cheating? What are you, like, how? What are you doing? So what she seems to be doing is getting things like this that like somebody else has like sold or printed, or buying those like metal bezels and this is just a total fucking shit show of a tale. And making silicone molds. So if you've seen like the intricate like butterfly wing earrings, you can buy a mold for that. But she's just buying like the bezels and making her own molds, which is kind of cool. If you can't, if you get a really cool bezel and you're like, oh, this one bezel was, pretty expensive because it was metal or whatever, you just get the clear silicone and make your own molds. Pretty sweet. I have done that one time. I made molds before Christmas because every year, and I said this in an old stream, every year, as you can imagine, with my husband having 11 siblings, about half of them at this point are married, and they all have kids if they're married, except for us. So I have 16 nieces and nephews, and like actual nieces and nephews, in addition to like my best friend's kids. Get the mosquito got in here. And so I do these little, I might as well show you, because why the hell not? I'll show you the most recent picture. That would be in Christmas. folder. Okay. So I make these little ornaments for the family that I use water slide decals and personalize them. And up until this year, I've bought all these ornaments on from Oriental Trading Company, but the last 2 years they've been sold out. They're on the site, but they just all are always sold out. And I had bought a bunch because I knew how many I was going through the year or two before that, so I still had some, but then this year it came down to I was going to have exactly one left. And more nieces and nephews and sibling-in-laws on the way. So I bought the Let's Resin brand silicone clear mold making stuff and made my first mold of the ornaments. So let me show you two different if I have it. Okay, so first, it's here somewhere, but first let me show you as I'm just like trying to cure this shit show that happened here. Share window. So this is my mother-in-law's mantle, and there is a ornament for her and my father-in-law, every one of their kids wife or husbands, and then all of the grandkids. And so I make a new one for her whenever there's a new grandkid, a new grandkid or a new child-in-law. And then I make one for each of the family has one too. So like my brother-in-law with 2 boys has a set for their family that's him, his wife, and the 2 boys. My sister-in-law, who has 7 kids, has one for her, one for her husband, and then one for all 7 kids. I've done this as well for my best friends who have children and have little family sets. So in total, since 2012, I have made 75 of these. Maybe more. I think the number was 75, if I remember correctly. I've made 75 of them. Let me see if I can zoom in so you can see they're all there's me and my husband. Since he's the oldest, we get top billing, and we don't have any kids, so it just goes straight to the next one and her husband and their 7 children. Yeah, I have other. Let me stop sharing that and share the ornament this is actually one that I made for one of my best friends when she had her 2nd kid. So you can see up close is what that looks like. So this year I had to make a mold of this like resin ornament to be able to continue making them as our extended family has grown. So let me see if it's Did I call it? So, yeah, okay. So you can't see that. Let me stop sharing that and share. Nope. Present professionals. This. So this was me making the silicone mold. I got this like corrugated like plastic board. I bought one of these mold things that you hold it together. I put like hot glue around the sides and made a mold of 3 of the ornaments. So this one, like, it didn't cure in this one little spot, but it doesn't affect it. The rest came out perfectly. And even that one little spot, the edge is fine. So it was just whatever. It was like literally that one little spot, this whole thing that works perfectly. And I cast at a clear just because that's what I had, one to show that it worked and kept the texture. And yeah, it's pretty happy with that. No one needs to see my sandwich underneath it. I didn't realize that was there. But whatever. So I have a little bit of that left. That's an interesting idea. But if you were to like get a bezel that you really like, might be the way to do it. Okay. This is a nightmare down here. If some of these had been like decent, I would be like, oh, let me just like do a clear coat over the whole thing and bubble it up, call it good. But no. Okay. So I still have this much UV resin. So I'm gonna randomly pull over my molds and grab one. I don't think there's enough for that. No, there's not enough for that. No. Oh, you know what? This is a mold I have not used yet. Hit the bricks, shit dolphin. I'll deal with that later. Alright, that's enough that I don't feel bad about it being used up. Okay. I'm just going to leave that to chill. And I'm going to call it. So thank you all so much for sticking with me here. I truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for being here and hanging out. And generally, seriously, thank you. I very much appreciate it. So I do have a stream scheduled for next week. Next Sunday, same time, I will be making Miniverse items. So what I have on my docket for then is the Valentine Miniverse items. Yep. What a journey. We're professionals, but not really because my channel's not monetized. So, whatever the fuck. We're almost 5 hours. Have a good one. Thank you for coming. And, yes, Miniverse. So, I will go off on a brief tangent and show it to you. I will show you the things I have made so far, and then one of the things I'm going to make. Is that it? That's it. Okay. So, how is that? Okay. Just continue over here, little spaceman. Back. Okay. Little spaceman over here. So far, my friend got me into these. And these are all using UV resin. They're little kits. Basically, you get them at Walmart or Target, probably other places. This is a Spumoni sundae. So let me do that so it's facing you. So it's got the like chocolate at the bottom, the pistachio, and then the cherry ice cream with a little. And so the chocolate syrup is UV resin. I like that one a lot. This is unicorn popcorn. So there's like a glaze on it with sprinkles. And then this one I really like is the root beer float. And I like this one because I actually used some little, like you can see the bubbles inside. Those aren't bubbles. They're little clear caviar beads, like for nail art, that I put in there. Okay, that's a bubble, like a literal actual bubble. But most of them are those little beads that I put in there to simulate the carbonation. But that's the only thing I added. And then the root beer is the UV resin in that one. So most of them are food, but there are others that are not food. So these are the ones I made yesterday that are not great, but okay. This is the beta fish in its bowl, and you can see like I screwed up and the bowl cracked. And this is actually not the bowl that it's, and I just poured it too deep, and so there's like a shit ton of bubbles right there and stuff. But I poured this too deep is what I did, and I just should have done shallower layers, but you can see the line where it was, so I was like, I don't know. So I'm not super happy with this, but it's cute. And also, this is not the bowl that it came with. It came with this container for the fish, and this orchid came with this container, and I thought they were better off switched. So this is the there we go, the orchid. And this actually didn't come with any UV resin. It was just, so this is like the lifestyle series. It just came with the rocks and the plant, the little plastic plant. So I added the UV resin, figuring, it's like if you put water in the bottom just to hold everything together. So yeah, so that's Miniverse stuff. Like I said, most of it is food, but there is some like lifestyle stuff. I don't have as much as the lifestyle stuff. I like the food stuff. Beer ones would be very cool. So this is the one I'm gonna do on stream next weekend. It's one of the Valentine's Day ones, and I believe this is the roses, the bouquet of roses. So that's what's coming up next week, next Sunday. same bat time, same bat channel. I will see you all there. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, evening. It's evening by now. Have a good evening. Bye all.